That's right, it's me, and I'm back with another Feedback Quest 8 video for you. Well, video, live stream, whatever. Anyway, hi. Hope you're having a good day, night, whatever it may be, and welcome to the stream. I have a few more that I have to knock out that are on my list, and here the ones that I have are Feisty Fauna, Lost in the Wild, Here Even the Sun Shines Differently, and Rollin' with the Punches. Will I get through all of those tonight? No. Will I get through at least 2? Yes, maybe 3. We'll see. So, without further ado, let's get started. Oh, I need to shrink my VTuber. Heh. Super Fighting Robot Robo-Rob! Anyway, I'll move over here. Yeah. That's good. So the game I'm looking at right now is Lost in the Wild. And when you're lost in the wild, you can't be found. Otherwise, we'll find you with your GPS. Yeah, that happened anyway. Okay, so this can be played in browser. Let's see. Trapped on a mysterious forest-covered island, a lone cowboy finds himself entangled in an ancient struggle. Stranded without a map, armed with only grit, instinct, and a few throwable rocks, he must battle hostile tribes, survive untamed wilderness, and ultimately earn his passage off the island. Explore, fight, and outwit your enemies in this third-person survival action adventure that blends the grit of the frontier with the mystery of being lost in a forest. Only by defeating the tribal leader and securing the sacred gold can you buy your escape and reclaim your freedom. Cool. Hey, why did my VTuber get so small all of a sudden? Bruh. Get... Seriously, what? Bruh. There. I'm looking right at the camera. Maybe I have to readjust. Meh, that should be fine. Escape by defeating all hostile tribes, collecting gold, and paying the boatman. Okay. Stay out of sight or throw rocks to defend yourself. Red tribes are fast, blue are powerful. Red plants give you power, yellow gives you spirit. Okay. WASD. Arrow keys though. That's not too bad. If you know, I do not do well with having to use controller. Or I love using controller, not keypad, because that causes me to get wrist pain. Boo. Alright, E for pick and throw, or left mouse. Probably be easier for me if I use the arrow keys. And, the E to throw, space to jump. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Let's get ready to get lost in the wild. Oh, hey, it's pretty much full screen already. Nice. Why did I just get gigantic again? Bruh. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's... Hey. There we go. Alright, Lost in the Wild. Now I gotta make sure that you can hear it. No, not yet. Alright, oh, maybe I turned the... Let me bring the game audio up here. That should be good. If by any chance I am too loud or I need to turn the game audio up or adjust it, please let me know. Alright, so. Well, I'm gonna at least try the controller first to see if I get anything. Make sure I'm clicked into the game. Nope, okay, no controller support whatsoever. Boo. But hey, not every game can, so I'll give it a try. Mouse sensitivity, bring it up a little bit. Help. Oh, here we go. Yeah, help should probably be like info, but help is good. Okay, tells the about, how to play. Alright. Easy, medium, hard. Medium! Gotta at least try. That's probably what it was meant for. Oh, hi. Oh, okay, I gotta adjust the camera. There we go, okay. Oh, I'm gonna... I died? Wow. Okay. Okay. Ah! Get away from me! Whoa! Ooh. Whoops! I didn't want that. Hold on. Okay. Well, yeah, let's lower the mouse sensitivity. What? Okay. There we go. Okay, you have to hold the mouse button down in order to move, to rotate the camera. Okay. That's strange. Oh, that was my sprint that ran out. Okay. Oh! Okay, I can't swim. Oh, I can walk. I can hide through that. Hi, I see you. No. So wait, how do I use my rocks? I don't. I'm gonna go hide back here for a second. Oh crap. Does my sprint recharge over time? No. This looks promising. Yeah, hi. Can I talk to you? No, go back to him. Yeah, I need to pay. Okay, I need to pay you in gold. Okay, so this is the boatman that'll get me off this place. Oh, it looks like my sprint does recover over time. Oh! Okay, I was able to get past him. So I walk through this. Okay. Okay, that recharges my sprint. Yeah, I do not trust the water. Yeah, ow. Ow. Ow, okay. It said I could use the rocks somehow, but I didn't see how. Like, enter LMB for. Okay, pick and throw. Alright, I'm gonna put it on easy mode just to see what's going on here. Okay, now it's working correctly. Okay, there we go. Oh, I died. Okay, I'm getting this now a little bit here. Somebody's getting hurt. Oh! Yikes! Oh, they're yelling out. They're telling me to get out. Okay. Alright, let's find someone to beat up with a rock. That's the concept of it here. You! Why did I... Oh, I almost walked into it. Oh, it requires power to throw the rock. Okay, I get it. Okay. I will. Whoa, try to find a rock and bring it close to a red place, though. I'm actually using the arrow keys. It works pretty well. Ah! Oh! Where are you? No! Ah! Man, that hurts. Sprint thankfully does recharge. Okay, let me grab that. Thank you. Hey, grab it. Bro, grab it. Before the weirdo gets you. There we go. Okay. There's a power plant over there. Whoa!
Yes!
Yikes! Bro, okay, hold on. Okay, I need to find a red plant. Okay, no. Also, I can't just constantly toss the rock, it seems. Okay, got that. Oh my goodness! Bro, he's right behind you. Well, let's move a little further. Hi, yeah. I'll hit both of them. All right, cool. Okay, we're Sheesh. This is definitely a little bit trickier than it looks. Oh, hi. Alright, let's sprint a little further. Turn around. Oh! Flattened him. Nice. That sounds so disturbing, but yeah. I beat up the bad guy. Gonna find someone else now to smack with a rock. You just clobber them with a rock. I heard somebody. Hi, you. Get that. Back up, back up, back up. Oh, there's more. There's another guy. Oh, watch out. Okay, turn around. No, get away. Bruh. Okay, this is Lost in the Wild. So that's what's being played right now. Alright, I'm gonna try it back on medium. Oh, these guys are much more fast and aggressive now, aren't they? They're probably insane on hard mode. Hey, where are the rocks? Okay, there we are. There's a bad guy. Hi.
Out!
Oh no, the rock is over there. Okay. Oh, I can get a rock over here.
Ah!
What? Ah. The dance is funny. Okay.
Oi! Oi!
Let's see what this is. Okay, let's grab a rock. Where's the bad guy?
Oi!
Oh, here's a bad guy. Hi. Hi, bad guy.
Out!
Pick it up. Back up a little bit.
Oi! Yes!
Flattened. So that's what you have to do. You have to hit him, grab, pick up the rock, back up, and oh hi, here's a couple more of you. And they're coming for me. Let's see. No, two. I want to try to take them out, pick them off one at a time.
Oi! Oi! Out!
Pick it up.
Out!
Pick it up.
Yes! Oi! Yes!
Oh. Hi, plebs. How are you? Yes. Okay, I'm safe right now here. Yes, he did. He totally emoted on me. How are you, my good sir? Yeah, new strat unlocked. You saw that. The baddie just walked into it and went blurp, dead. Good to see you here, plebs. Hope you had a lot of fun with the last game you were playing last night. Hey, of course, of course. It was fun running into you and everything and talking to you for a bit last night. For anyone wondering, Plabs is a bit of a variety streamer and he's part of Feedback Quest 8, also checking out all sorts of cool indie games. So yeah, I'm doing alright. I lost my armband that I normally take to the gym. I washed it yesterday, I dried it, and somehow between that and my room, it vanished. I was still able to go to the gym, and I just had to put my phone in my pocket, which is annoying, especially because today was leg day. But yeah, so that's that, and just overall doing okay, ready for some more indie games. I know there's so many indies this time around, and yeah, there's no way. I'm just gonna be able to play as many as I can. The sock. Oh, the sock goblins have never ever gone away. But I guess they're. Whoa, where are you? So what I'm doing is I'm running through all the people who DM'd me first. I'm exploring some of their games. Oh crap, two of you guys. Oh. They added new pieces to their collection. Seriously. Okay, I saw you. Where'd you go? There you are. Back up.
Yes!
You're down. That's one. Do, do, do. Robo hunter, that is me. Do, 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 do. The goal in this is to beat up all of the natives, and then beat up the chief
Oi!
to win gold,
Yes!
and a boatman will take you off the island to safety. Whatever the amount I told you about last. No, hold on. Now this one. So this would be 7.
Out! Out!
Oh, nice. Yeah, keep running into it. Keep running into it. Keep running into it.
Oi!
Oh no! Dang it.
Oi! Oi!
he totally ran up on me. Oh no!
Oi!
Oh, hi. I do have a sprint.
Oi!
Alright, where are the rocks? What, how many are you up to now, Plabs?
Oi!
Because I know you were playing a lot last night.
Oi!
Hey, you! Wow! Sheesh! I'm playing on medium difficulty, by the way. There's easy, medium, and hard.
Oi! Oi!
This feels definitely like a prototype, and you know what? That's okay. You gotta have a prototype to do, well, anything. That's all part of the quest. Hey! Wham! Walk into it again.
Oi!
Alright, fine. I'll throw it.
Yes!
It's a little bit laggy. 12 so far. Wow. Yeah, you mentioned you were doing like 6 per stream, and each one was taking.
Oi!
Figure out the core gameplay and yes. One thing I've already said on this is if they can find a way to bind it to controller, that'd be awesome. I am able to use the arrow keys, which for me is a lot better than WASD. These sneaky little buggers, I tell you.
Oi!
Like, you can't throw a rock at my buddy. I'm gonna. Oh, hey, here's a bad guy. Hi.
Out! Oi!
It's a good thing you're seeing my VTuber because
Oi!
if you were seeing me in real life, I am jumping like all the time. Maybe I should make that a redeem, like 100,000 points, and I'm real life for 10 minutes.
Out!
Back up.
Oi! Out!
Oh no! Yeah, I do prefer controller support because I have an issue where keyboard and mouse starts to hurt my hands over time after a certain amount of time. This game is not so intensive, so I'm okay. Like, for whatever reason, the arrow keys, not too bad. The mouse at a certain point is probably gonna bug me, and I'll have to stop. If I finish the game, cool. If not, I'm not worried. It'll all depend. Let's see if let's grab that. Anybody here? Anybody here? Yeah, there's people around. Okay, there's a guy out here.
Oi!
Hey, yeah, you see me.
Out!
spotted. Hi. How are you?
Out!
You look a little like you're about to get rocked.
Oi! Yes!
As long as you give the game a fair shake, this mission accomplished. Yeah. Like with the Dwarven one, getting to level 8 was plenty. What the Minerva's Labyrinth, I could have probably just played for an hour, and then be like, okay, this is cool.
Oi!
But I went 4 hours on that one, tried to get through the entire thing. I just got beat up. So it's all good. I was having fun. That's what mattered.
Out!
Pick it up. Pick it. Oh, come on. There's another guy nearby. Okay, there's not.
Oi!
Hey.
Yes!
Yeet.
Oi!
Oh, somebody else is nearby. Oh, it's that guy. Okay, let me sprint. Turn around. There you are.
Oi!
Hi.
Out!
Oh, I still have some power. Okay.
Oi!
No. Whoa. That was probably necessary. Where is he? Where? Oh, he ran into the. He died. Beautiful. You moved on after 2 hours. Yeah, I get that. 2 hours is good. I made sure. I think I mentioned my game that'll pop up periodically in the chat can be finished in about an hour. 2 or more if you really, really explore, and if you want to grind, because you can grind to try to defeat the optional super boss.
Oi! Out! Oi! Yes!
Hey, you got flattened. I'm stubborn. Sometimes I want to play, like, try to complete it, like the first game I was playing last night. It was the panda one, the panda one, the plushie whatever it was. I was trying, but then the game crashed on me, horribly. It just straight up died.
Oi!
I hear you. I hear you. Oh, there you are.
Out! Oi! Yes!
You're down. Okay, here's the. Oh, wait, there he is. Okay.
Oi!
Yeah, you see me.
Out!
Just beat him up with a rock.
Oi! Yes! Oi! Out!
I think I read in the description this was made by a father and son, and they did the voices for it. You're considering doing a shorter extra stream to cover? Yeah, yeah, obviously in anything, don't overdo it.
Out!
Ooh. Get the stupid thing. Okay, you got the rock.
Out!
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to.
Oi!
No, I'm not even gonna worry about that guy right now. Oh, I can grab a rock from over here.
Oi! Yes!
I think that's the boss. Yep, the music changed and everything. Oh, something's gonna go down here. I better fill up my power. Why did you throw the... Alright, where is he? Oh, full power. Alright, where's the bad guy? Oh, there he is! Get it? No! Oh! Oh, man. Oh, ow. Dang. That was brutal.
Oi! Out! Oi! Out! Oi! Yes!
There, he's down. Doable, yes, for sure. It's just gonna take a bit of practice. I figured him out. Like, okay, hit and run, because he spits like black magic at you or something. Oh crap! There's another. Now I got two guys. Double the pleasure? No, I don't think so. You're not the double mint twins.
Out!
Out of power. Okay.
Oi!
Give me some power so I can pick up the rocks again.
Oi!
Sprint thankfully regenerates naturally. Yeah.
Oi!
Oh my goodness.
Oi!
Well, run.
Oi! Out!
I think I'm living a bit dangerously here.
Yes! Oi! Oi!
What?
Ah!
Oh, come on.
Oi! Oi!
Okay. My wrist is starting to bother, so I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to continue this one. Not their fault.
Oi! Oi! Out!
I can always put it on easy mode if I want to just give it one more try.
Yes! Out! Yes!
Ha ha ha. Bye bye, guys. Oh, we got one over here. Hi.
Out! Oi! Yes!
Alright, that worked. Well, he didn't run into it. So just said, fine, if you're not gonna run into it, I'll take it. I'll do it for you.
Out! Oi! Yes!
Knocked the F out. Phil, what is going on? How are you, my good sir? You've been playing Spelunky 2, right on. I also know you're playing I caught you playing Balatro not too long ago. But yeah, right now it's feedback quest. We got a whole bunch of streamers and developers streaming and playing indie games and having themselves a good old time. You watched Happy Gilmore too? Right on. How was that? Another one of my friends said he saw it and he said it was pretty good. Want to hear your opinion? Oh. A worthy sequel? That's good. That's good.
Ouch!
Oh crap, we got another guy coming.
Ouch! Ouch! Yes!
Oh, I can't see. That was a little terrifying. I couldn't see for a second. Okay, I see you. Oh, one of the other guys got flattened. Cool. Okay, he's still close. Got it. Ah, my mouse is not being friendly. So, sorry for any weird lagginess. I thought I adjusted the mouse sensitivity. Oh, I see you.
Yes!
Okay, I still have to beat somebody else up at least. Oh, there's another guy. Hi, red guy. Oh, there's two red guys. Okay. Hey, what's up? Oh, he's still alive. Okay. Better go over here since I missed that one. No, why did you do that? Alright, where is he? Hey!
Yes!
Yeet. Okay, there's a guy way out there, and there's a guy right here. Okay. Hi!
Ouch!
Okay, gotta find. Oh, there's so. Oh, no, that's not the way. Some sprint buff. Power up. Need more power. More power! That hasn't charged back up yet. That's okay. I want. Hey, grab that one, please. Sorry, there's a bunch of cords also weighing my mouse down. I usually play on controller, so my desk is a little discombobulated also with the cords. Oopsie. Yeah, I'll take some more power. It takes power to lift these big stones and just hover them over your head, which is awesome. Okay, where are you? Baddies, baddies, I'm looking for you. Oh, there's one. Hey! Oh, come on!
Oi!
What the? Bruh. Whatever.
Oi!
That was amazing.
Oi! Yes!
Alright, got him. Alright, if I die again, I'm going to put it on the easiest difficulty just to try and see if I can finish it, cause yeah, my wrist is starting to hurt a little bit,
Yes!
and we can go into something else that has something that has controller support or is a slower pace. Hey, like slower pace, but this is pretty slow paced, and yeah, it is, but also like a visual novel or something, or oh, visual novel or something with a controller support. Come on, grab it before he. No, he didn't wake up. Okay. Okay, he woke up, so I'm gonna grab. Oh, hey, power. We got a bunch of guys over there.
Oi!
Grab that rock.
Oi!
You there? You look like you need to get rocked.
Oi! Oi! Out!
Oh, somebody just died. Oh,
Oi! Oi! Out! Oi!
casually walking around and
Oi!
nope. Come on. Okay, got that one.
Out! Out!
I know they're dying back there. Ooh! And I could be too if I'm not careful. And I did something completely stupid there. Gotta be careful with the clicks, because 2 clicks and you throw the rock. And that costs you energy. There's a guy way out. Oh no, that's the boatman. I need to see him last.
Oi!
Hey!
Yes! Oi! Yes! Oi!
I heard someone say hey.
Oi! Out!
Okay, we're good here.
Oi!
I see you over there screaming hey. Oh, chat, if I didn't already ask you before, how was your Labor Day if you celebrated it?
Oi!
Let me move over here. Wait, there's a bad guy.
Yes! Oi! Out!
Okay.
Oi!
Hey, guy.
Yes!
So we got the power. Oh, there's 2 guys over here. Let's go get them. Hey, what's up?
Yes! Yes!
Nice. 2 for 1. Who's left? Who's left besides the boss? No, not him. That's the good guy. That's okay that I'm out of power. I got... Oh. Sprint refill. Power charge up. Where's the last bad guy? Come on. Here, bad guy, bad guy. Here, bad guy, bad guy. Oh, why did I do that? Seriously, where is he?
Oi!
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Out! Oi! Yes!
Okay. Now we have to be careful. The boss is... Oh, shit. The boss is nearby. The boss has to be nearby. I'm here with that noise. Oh my goodness, there he is. Keep going, bro. Oh, shh.
Oi!
Okay. I don't care.
Oi! Oi! Ah!
That's okay. The mouse wasn't doing
Oi!
Uh-oh, it's doing it again.
Ah!
Okay, hold on.
Oi!
Okay, it's not in full screen. We'll just have to deal with that for right now.
Oi! Oi! Ah!
Let's do it. Come on, go large first. We're gonna try easy mode.
Oi!
Oh, hi. Alright, we'll see if we can beat him this time. It's just a demo, who cares, right? Easy mode, hard mode, all choices.
Oi!
Some games I'll put on hard mode, no question.
Out!
Other games, nah, I'm going easy mode or whatever. It
Yes.
all depends. Oh,
Oi! Out! Oi!
oh no. Whoa, almost walked into him. Let's go a little bit faster.
Out!
Okay, I need power. Need power. I need power. I have power. I have more power. Soon I'll have unlimited power. Okay, my Palpatine is terrible.
Oi! Oi! Out! Out!
All right, come on, partner. Let's power it up. Sound like somebody got ouched. Oh, I'm about to get ouched over here. Boop, 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 boop. Whoa, hi. Gnarly Palpatine. Yeah, the whole I am dinosaur one. Hey, what's up?
Out.
Dunk?
Oi. Yes.
Splat.
Oi.
Me, red guy.
Yes.
Okay, and you also went splat. Also, Plabs, you writing gnarly Palpatine makes me think of, imagine Palpatine if he was a surfer. Like Surfing Sheev. He makes a Sith ghost, and I'm hang 10 or something, I don't know. That's what you were going for.
Out.
Surfing Sheev, and you know what he calls his surfboard?
Oi.
Ride the lightning. Or if he was a racer, you know, not like the pod racing, I mean, something fancier, because not that there's anything wrong with pod racing. Bropatine. I can't. How many of us played the pod racer game in the arcades? Let's be honest.
Oi. Yes.
That was a fun game. Anyone who's like, what was that, is too young to understand and makes me go, oh no.
Yes.
Oh sheesh. He's somewhere. I want power. There he is. Oh man. You didn't leave your house even as a child, you only played console. Aww. I think there was a pod racing game that came out for like I want to say 64. I could be horribly wrong. I swear there was pod racing on consoles.
Out. Out. Oi. Yes.
This is gonna be my last try before I switch games. Got a good feel of it. It's cute. Also, again, my wrists are starting to talk a little bit, so gonna need a break.
Oi. Out. Oi. Yes.
Likely, but your memory fails you. There's not a safe point in this game to double check.
Out. Oi. Yes.
Alright, that's good. Mentioning things like your memory fails you, oh, there was a Star Wars Episode 1 racer. Okay. No, there was the, I was talking to one of my housemates a while back, several weeks back, about a couple of PC games that I found in the $5 bargain bin
Oi.
during the 90s.
Out.
And, One of them was a game called Legend of Farragal. It was an RPG.
Ouch!
And the other one, I couldn't remember the name of it for the life of me.
Oi, yes!
You had to go around, you were like in a human body and you had to go around shooting like evil DNA with your own, like colors. There were 3 colors and you could bind them. For the life of me, I could not remember the name of the game. But I knew I had played it. I knew it existed.
Oi!
I'll give chat a chance to try and guess the game. Based on just what I said there, is that you were in a human body and you had to basically
Oi,
shoot
yes!
colors of DNA. Of DNA.
Oi!
The game was called Vaccine. That was a strange game. And I encourage everyone to look that up. But right now, yeah, my wrists are starting to hurt a little bit because this is a keyboard, mouse, and mouse game. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to run some ads, have some water, stretch out my wrists because they absolutely need it. I will not be able to continue. The only PC games you played were Flash games until Minecraft. Wow. But hey, Flash games were fun. I cannot tell you how much time I spent on like Newgrounds in the day. I mean, early. If anyone doesn't know, I'm 44. I have been around Web 1.0. Web 1.0 was an experience. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and hit the BRB and I'm run some ads. I will see you in 3 minutes. Stick around. Oh, hey, welcome back. You looked up vaccine, and it gives you liminal space ARG type vibes. Yeah, that was certainly that was a game. It was like early ray tracing. All right, so next up. Okay, so that was lost. That was Lost in the Wild. Next up, I think we're gonna try this one. I'm gonna come pop over here. Here, even the sun shines differently, which is apparently a visual novel. After escaping his homeland due to war, a young man moves to a quiet, rainy town in Japan. The streets are peaceful, the apartment is cheap, but nothing feels right. The landlords warn him not to touch the old radio. But they don't say why. And then something calls out. Ooh. Alright. Drama mystery playtime about an hour. Okay, hey, that'd be perfect. Do that and then move on to the next. So let's let me pop back over here for just a second. There's a lot. Let me double check on his. Click download now to get access to all of them. Okay. Okay, I got it. 1 hour is excellent for demo. Yes. That's what I was shooting for with mine is okay, I can. That's why I wanted mine to be about an hour-ish. You didn't see that. Yeah, honestly, as long as you get a good chunk or feel of the game, yeah, that's great. Okay, okay. Yeah, here we. Here, even the sun shines differently. Let me. Oh, this is loud. Okay. Um, give me a second here. Okay, I can bring that down a bit. Is this good or a little louder? Let's check where my. Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't hear it yet. Hold on. Never mind. Okay, now let me bring it down to half. Voice volume, okay. This good, or should I adjust the music? I think it sounds good. That's good. Okay, I found out the hard way that my game is quite loud because it's made with RPG Maker 2003. And I just put a note in there saying that, hey, the game is loud, but you can adjust that as soon as you start up the game by pressing F5. Alright, we'll go full screen. That looks good. Hey, where'd my no, hold on. Can I use controller to move things here? Oh, good. I can use the controller. Okay. Alright. Well, this will be easy. Alright, we've got a nice little visual novel. If the game doesn't have audio settings you lower on your PC. Yeah. I sometimes have to turn things down even in my my headset to make sure, or I'll use OBS. Hold on, what's going on here? Why does it still show that? Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, something's going on. You're seeing the preferences, but my other screen is definitely not there. Let me kick out of. Okay. Yeah, that. No, that I think was might be either a game issue, because I had it on windowed, so. Okay, I'll show you where I had it. I went to full screen, and then after that, it got stuck. But now if I hit start, so you can see everything just fine. Try it again here. Okay, it's full screen. Okay, there is a problem when it goes to full screen. So we need to make note of that, because again it went back to the first part. Okay. And I've lost my. Hold on. It's weird. I actually have to look at OBS to see where my cursor is, because I literally cannot see it right now. but it's fine when I go back to window. So that's a thing. We'll definitely have to let the dev know about that. I'd be like, this is a problem. Okay. No, as weird as it is, okay. So I do have two screens. On my left screen is what I was seeing, when on my right screen, where I have OBS, and also I have a laptop that I have that's running Twitch. So I have ways of monitoring the stream. It showed the menu preferences thing, not this screen which I was previously seeing. Yeah, so that's a thing. But right now it should be okay. I said goodbye, and the landlord closed the door. Finally, a blessed silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock behind my back. Okay, good. Now we're all seeing the same thing. For a few minutes, I just stood there and looked at my new rented apartment. A place that, for the next few months, was supposed to become my home. But I knew it would never truly give me that feeling. To me, the feeling of home is when you hurry back with warmth in your chest. When the key in the door responds like an old friend and invites you in. I once had that feeling, but this place is unlikely to bring it back. These walls held none of my summers, none of my snow. A sterile room without a single memory. Wow. Yeah, that was clever. That was clever. I do believe that the developer from this, I'd have to double check, but I think he's Ukrainian, and what he made here relates to him fleeing his home because of the war currently going on. Yeah, because I know one of the rules for Feedback Quest is no current or real-world politics. Obviously, in games, you can have all the politics you want because it's the game, that world, not the real world. Let me see something here. Where is it? No, not that one. Not that. Yeah, something like that. I believe that's the story behind it. But yeah, let's continue, shall we? Also, this feeling that the character is describing is quite true. Sometimes when you move to a place that's supposed to be your new home, it feels weird. It takes a lot of getting used to. Whether you're relocating to another country, even another city can make you feel like that in the same state. Or cross a state, go to another state, go 3 states over, whatever. It's a lot, especially as an adult, because as a kid you can still go to school, make new friends, all of that. Yeah, the title does make sense. The sun shines differently here. Oop. It was a small studio apartment, too cramped even for me alone. Still, it was the first apartment I'd ever rented in a new country. It could have been worse. Oh man. Yeah, I know how it is to have a cramped space. My living space currently in the house I'm living in is pretty cramped because I've got my my computer desk, my voiceover booth, bed, and cat. Yeah. I've also had a small studio apartment where it was okay, and I had a nice 1-1 a long time ago before I moved out to California. It was honestly the perfect sized bachelor pad for me. Meh. Wish I could find places with a good price though. What do I use for my voiceover booth? I use it's a PVC pipe skeleton, and then producer's choice sound blankets all over it. I've got a Cinco de 2, the whole works. It's a solid booth. I've got my demos and whatnot up there. I voiced a number of little characters in Rabtoons' cartoons, and I'm still trying to get in some games, and it happens once in a while. One small room, a bathroom, a tiny hallway with a mirror and table. Not a kitchen. What else does a lonely freelancer need? A stove? A microwave? A dishwasher? A fridge? You need to make something better than the tent above the desk. Hey, no shame in that whatsoever. I totally get that. Also, I actually use a different microphone for voiceover than I do with streaming. And I also have all around my room a bunch of Rockwool sound absorption panels that help out. I've been doing voiceover for a number of years. It's a fun, and I'm not a professional. I will tell you everyone that I'm not a professional voice actor. I am a hobbyist, and there's nothing wrong with that because it's fun, and putting all this together is fun, and I love being able to get like good sound quality, and then when I'm getting my acting just right and everything is just hitting just right. Oh yeah. Thank you, plebs. Thank you. My booth is small, but I make it work. If I had more space, you know, literally a larger room, I would double the size of my booth so that I could have much more space to be more animated and really, like, you know, swing axes that don't exist or punch myself in the gut for the necessary, like, ugh sounds. Or for an audiobook I did, and I am not even joking, I took a towel, a small towel, wrapped it around my mouth because the character was getting he was supposed to get like beat up while muffled, so you heard so I took a towel around my mouth and was like, you're hunched over sometimes, so you want decent size. Yeah, 4 to 6 feet is really good. Mine is not that big. It's tall enough, but it's still cramped in there. I make it work. I look at the bag lying by the wall like an abandoned kitten. That bag held my entire previous life. A few t-shirts and pants, warm clothes, shoes, a laptop, a couple of keepsakes from home. Yeek. When you gotta take the essentials, you really have to say bye-bye to a lot of things. Nothing more. Sheesh. I couldn't even imagine what would I. And chat here. Okay, we're gonna get philosophical. If you had to pack up right now, and flee to go another country or state or wherever, you can pack one suitcase, one backpack. You know, that's it. What would you take? What would you take? The PVC is great because you can take it apart. Yes, yes. That is true. For a long while, that's what I had to do until I got my room rearranged correctly so I could have the voice booth up at all time. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. And answering my previous question of what would I take? Obviously, you know, some clothes, laptop, Switch. Of course, my cat, because you think I'm gonna leave my cat, you're out of your mind. Cat comes with me. He has to. You know, that kind of thing. Maybe a book or two. I mean, when you're starting over, you gotta start over. Oof. A small keychain in the shape of a smiling basketball player hung from the zipper. Once, long ago, in a past life, my dad and I went to our first basketball game in our town. Dad saw a cheap Chinese keychain in a little sports souvenir shop. He said that the guy with the ball looked a lot like me. Aww. Since then, I've always carried my little sports twin on my bag. That shop is gone now, and so is my father. Aww. Shade Wobot. The smile on my tiny twin has faded over time, as if his teeth had fallen out. But I still carry him with me. I've never gone outside without that keychain. I pushed away the sad thoughts and decided to focus on something else. For example, I tried to remember the events of the last hour. I signed the papers and moved in. The landlords were not very talkative. Makes sense. I don't speak the local language very well. I understand that. I've been learning Spanish for a lot of years. If I had to go to Mexico right now, I'd be able to get by. I wouldn't be super able to talk to you guys like I am now. I even have a redeem for that, by the way. But yeah, I would be able to get by. They tried to speak slowly and briefly, and repeated some phrases if I didn't understand. That was a kind gesture, and I'm grateful to them. And that is true for, anyone who's struggling with the language. You gotta do your, be polite to them. Because, hey, they're trying. They are trying. They're doing the best they can. I used to work at Universal in Florida, and yeah, you get a lot of people who just come up to you and say, "Hey, my English isn't that great," and they try, and you gotta respect it. You do the best they can. I talk to people in Spanish sometimes, and I say, "Mi español no es perfecto," and go from there, and they are always like, "Hey, you did fine. I understood everything." That's what's up. Yes, learning languages is rough. It's easier as a kid and much harder as an adult. I keep pushing on my cousins, hey, your kids are the age now where they should be learning Spanish. You live in California. Come on. Plus, it helps because there's a lot of Spanish-speaking countries. So, come on. Or just, any other language. It's good for the brain. And Plabs, you said you were a yapper in your channel. Yeah, I too can be quite the yapper, as we are experiencing right now, right here, in the Robo Rob channel. or even like there's language learning apps. Like I think Duolingo has a kids version and whatnot. So yeah, it doesn't change the fact that I didn't want to move at all or leave my home. Thinking about it, someone like me probably wouldn't have gotten this apartment. I was lucky to have a friend in this town who vouched for me. Otherwise, I'd probably be living under a bridge somewhere. Or I would have picked a different country to move to. Wow. Also, certain visual novels, like the one I was telling you about last night, Princess of World's End, that one got me talking. Like certain events in the novel made me break out and talk real talk about my own like either experiences or how I related to things. Another game that did that for me, Edge of Allegoria and Neofeud. Man, those I would just pause at times, like I am now, and go off on tangents. Some of those games had social commentary that makes you go, oh, that hit hard, but it's true. The landlords said the usual things about bills and so on. The only surprising part was how many times they told me not to turn on the radio. What? There was a battery-powered radio placed in the corner of the room. That device looks like it's from the 90s. Or maybe older. It was old. Yeah. That looks... Maybe, you know what? Maybe 50s? 60s? That looks old. It felt like a stolen exhibit from a retro tech museum. Well, that's cool. Honestly, I hadn't even thought about turning it on. But they still kept warning me. Bruh. That's usually an indicator. When someone says, hey, don't do a thing, people are going to do the thing. The best thing would probably be to, like, yeah, there's a radio in the corner, and don't mention it. Or just say, it doesn't work. If you don't want someone to turn it on, don't mention it or say just, oh, it's just for decoration, it doesn't work. Yeah, what a freaky thing to do. They pointed at it and crossed their arms, showing the gesture for not allowed. They looked frightened and tried to explain why, but I understood almost none of it. Eventually they waved it off and just repeating that it was forbidden to turn the radio on. Yeah, why is it there then? That is a good question. One thing this is reminding me of is I've seen some videos that talk about what to do with nuclear waste. And, okay, bury it deep, deep, deep underground. Yeah, sure, that's a thing. The other thing is, how are you going to explain to generations 2, 3, 5,000 plus years in the future that the area over here will kill you dead? Like, don't come here, don't explore, or you will die, kind of stuff. Yeah, is it a hidden camera? I don't know, it's old. Maybe you turn the radio on and the radio waves signal aliens. Who knows? There's probably a reason for that. Maybe even a serious one. But I don't care about it at the moment. Perhaps I'll think about it in the evening. For now, it was time to take a walk and explore the area. The graphics are pretty. And the guy said absolutely no AI was used, so much respect. Tumi! Hello again! How are you? Welcome back! Uh-oh. Did that... Okay, there it is. Oh, I love Yakety Sax. It's going all right. So this is the second game of the stream. The first game was Oof, I already forgot. Lost in the Wild, which was a fun little survival game, but eventually my wrists started to hurt, so we're doing a visual novel and a bit of yapping. How goes it, Tumi? Good to see you again. Yeah, this is beautiful, and I haven't gotten very far because I've been yapping a little bit between with plabs who, hey, yapping is good, but also some of the social commentary I've seen already, which is something that I get into with visual novels and these kind of games, just going off on tangents. Oh, hold on. I need to... Oh, there we go. I ended up in a small town. I hadn't even memorized its name yet. Japanese names don't really stick in my mind. You'll be here. You'll be watching lurking. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it, my good man. Yeah. Oof. I couldn't imagine having to live in Japan. I mean, I want to visit Japan because, of course, I do. Living there would definitely be challenging because yeah, Japan or like Korea or somewhere like that. I would probably have a hard time with it. I want to visit. Visiting is totally different because, you know, hey, American tourist or wherever tourist, sure, come here, blah, blah, blah. They talk to you, show you cool stuff, and then you can go home. Massive culture shock. Yeah. I got huge culture shock just moving from Florida to California. For example, did you know that in Florida, if you want to buy liquor, not other than like wine, beer or wine, you have to go to a liquor store. In California, you can buy liquor in freaking CVS, in Walgreens, at the grocery stores. You can just go and buy whiskey. That was a big shock to me. I'm like, oh, what? You can still have a dedicated liquor store, but still, that was just one of those, bro, what kind of moments. Roughly half a year before ending up here, I lived in various hotels in the city of Sapporo. I moved to Sapporo right after flying from my country to Japan. For more than half a year, I'd been trying to find and contact my old Japanese friend. It took way longer than expected. Money was vanishing before my eyes, so I constantly switched to cheaper hotels. Easier access for accidents. Yeah. That's true. Also, what's going on with this guy? Yeah, that's another thing of when you have to pack up and move somewhere, you only have however much money you have, and maybe if you have credit cards, those can only be lived on for so long. Finally, one day I heard a familiar voice on the other end of the line. It really was my old university friend. We hadn't spoken in many years, and I wasn't even sure he'd remember me. But I got lucky, and my friend offered me to move here. Nice. During my time in Sapporo, I got used to the locals a bit. They didn't seem good or bad to me. Just different. They thought about different things, lived by different rules, and looked at the world in a different way. Again, you can literally experience this just by going to a different city or state. But I came to them, not the other way around. So adapting was my problem alone. I had to accept the rules of this society and blend into it. Yep. Even if every cell in my body rejected the foreign reality around me. Yep. Again, just moving state to state, that can happen. I had an ex who she used to live in Georgia, and then when she moved down to Florida, she was like, wait, Why are all these rules and laws so complicated? Like, what are you talking about? He's like, in Georgia, I just had to do this, this, this. Over here, you have to do all these crazy loopholes. Like, yeah, that's the law. It can really, really mess with you. I really didn't want to leave home and move to Japan, but once the war started in my country, I had no choice. Again, I believe that the developer is actually Ukrainian, and this is relating to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I had to quickly gather everything I had and leave. And even though we're not far into this, I respect the absolute hell out of anyone who's in a war zone and is able to escape. Because, yeah. War is hell. War is hell. And I'm grateful for the people who are able to tell their stories so we know that war is hell. Playing war games, that's one thing where where everyone is fine and nobody's gonna get actually like hurt. That's one thing. Actual war is hell. I once studied Japanese just for fun. Mostly because I watched anime. It wasn't anything serious, just a hobby. Yeah, there are people who do that. Who literally do what's on screen right now. You've tried that and failed. Fair. If I watch anime, I don't care if it's dubbed, cool. Subbed, cool. Whatever. Don't care. I've even had to watch some anime dubbed and then subbed because the dubs ran out after like 100 episodes and the rest of the series had another like 50. Zatch Bell. But when the explosions started in my city, Japan was the first place I thought of moving to. Then I remembered an old friend, a student from Kyoto University who had studied with us on exchange. You prefer dub because if you read you can't watch? Ah. Makes sense. I know there are fan dubs out there, and fan dubs are tricky because while any voice actor absolutely can participate in fan dubs, it's generally recommended, hey, keep your name off of it. Just do it for the fun of it. That's how I made one of the hardest and most fateful decisions of my life. Relying on anime and a distant ghost-like friend. Was he the ghost in the shell? That was all I had at that moment. A couple of flights, and here I am, stuck between two worlds. Unable to return, but not wanting to stay. Ouch! I walked down the street and looked around. Strange houses surrounded me. They looked a lot like those in my hometown, but still different. No, me and puns? Oh, never. Oh, wait. Spoiler alert. If you don't like puns, you're on the wrong stream. Because I will, punish my audience. The light in their windows felt cold and distant. Now and then, among that cold light, silhouettes appeared and vanished. They were strangers living in these unfamiliar houses. People so used to being happy they didn't even notice it. Because everything around was made for them. Wow. They didn't need to learn a foreign language. Didn't have to break their worldview. This also feels like it could apply to the USA. This part right here. They didn't need to cram every new strange word into their head just to express themselves somehow. But also, anyone who lives in their country and you know someone's coming over, that can be somewhat true. They didn't need to break down the wall between themselves and a new reality, hitting it brick by brick, day after day, until their fists bled. Besides, these people and the reflections of the windows at least had homes. They filled their apartments with things, bought new furniture, chose wallpaper colors. Their lives held much more than a bag over one shoulder. If they get... Oh, I see what you did there, and I love it. If they get too bad, you'll sue for punitive damages. I know it's technically pronounced punitive, but pun. That was normal for them. So normal they probably didn't often think how big a happiness that really was. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't know when I would have my own home again. Or if I ever would. Would I ever have a corner of my own in this foreign world? The world around me looked like a beautiful, completed puzzle with only one piece out of place. Me. Everything felt different. Customs, manners, thoughts. Bushes, sidewalks, mailboxes. Your internet borked after sending that. Wow. Here, even the sun shines differently. And there it is, folks. There it is. We don't have to play anymore. We got the title reveal. Oh, but of course we're going to keep going. Come on. Or rather, right now, it isn't shining at all. The rainy season had begun, and the sun was a rare guest in the sky. The constant rain pressed down on my head. Done and dusted. Lost in thought, I walked to the bus stop. I heard someone calling me. A young woman in a business suit was quickly approaching. Ooh, music transition. I turned my gaze away from her and looked to the side. That's what I always did when locals spoke to me. There were two reasons for this. First, I turned my ear toward the sound to hear better and catch the words. Second, I looked away to block out all visual noise. I picked an object nearby and focused on it so nothing would distract me. This helped me fully concentrate on listening. And yeah, that's kind of one of the things I do when listening to people speak Spanish. If I have to really focus in, I will do just that. I'll like put my ear in, like, hold on. And I'll ask them like, lentamente por favor. Or lentamente y simple por favor. So it's slowly and simple. And that works really well. Really well. That's how I've been able to hold. Bro. What? You managed to emulate my game and play it on Android. You just need the Easy RPG Player app from the Play Store. Bro. Dude. To me, you are awesome. Now, I will look at, let me peek over real quick. Ignore, okay, ignore what I just sent to you in DM. I just wanted to just copy that in so I have a record of it so I can update my game page after stream with this information and tell people about it because my goodness. Hi Mei Xing! One of my buddies who actually is in the game, he has a cameo. He wanted to know if there's any possible way to play on Android. And now I can tell him that yes, he can. How you doing, Mei Xing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I raided Plabs last night, and he was doing a bit of yapping, and now in my stream, he has returned the favor, and I've been doing a lot of yapping. And anyone, if you're not following Mei Xing, she kicks booty. How much booty? All the booty. Because not only is she responsible for the feedback quest that gets us all these awesome indie games that get to be exposed to all these people, but all the developers get what we need. Feedback, play testing, and to see those streamers put it out there and other people can see too, like, hey, I want to wishlist this. I hope this comes out more. You know, all the good stuff. So, thank you, Mei Xing, for setting this up. It is awesome to be part of it. Oh, I gotta click over back in the game so I can advance the story. You sent me the app link? Thanks to me. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Maybe it wasn't very polite and bothered the Japanese a bit because I didn't look at them when we talked. Hey, you second that. But it helped me at least a little to understand them. Excuse me, how? Bus? Street? I only understood a few words. Besides, the stranger spoke with some kind of accent. Most likely, she wasn't a local. Maybe she was here on a business trip? Sorry, not from here. Yeah, and this is also really true of like how it feels when you're speaking in the other language. Sometimes you kind of speak like a caveman, for lack of better words. But that's how it can be. Like, hey, you're learning, you're trying. You do the best you can. The young woman said something in response and went on her way. It hurt. What was I just saying? It hurt to realize that even after long months of learning, I still spoke like a 3-year-old. It made me want to howl from frustration and helplessness. Bro, you're in Japan. Japanese is one of the hardest languages to learn. Any of the like Asian tonal languages are tricky because I understand that there's I'm just gonna use the word yang because that's simple. Okay, like yang, and yang can all mean 3 different things just by the up or down spin or something like that. Apologies is to anyone who speaks one of those languages if I'm butchering my explanation, but that is my understanding of it. And feel free to correct me if I am wrong. Same word, slightest difference. Yeah. That's even, I mean, that's also so true in English and Spanish. Like, there's a huge difference between, like, even though they're spelled the same, well, there's a little nya symbol over, there's ano and año. One is, the año, you know, is because that's year for annual. The other one, I'm sure you can figure out. Meanwhile, people rushed the bus and the wind picked up. You hate tildes and you speak the language. Well, we've got a couple of Spanish speakers in here tonight. Cool. We got Tumi, who's in fact from Mexico, Plabs, and me. Nice. I am half Panamanian, by the way, in case anyone's curious. That's why it says Latino. My mom's from Panama. My dad, New York, American, multi-generations of American, so yeah. America. Meanwhile, people rushed toward the bus and the wind picked up. What's going on? I knew this region near the ocean often had weather problems, but this much? Suddenly, I heard an announcement from a police car loudspeaker. You're from Uruguay? Oh, cool. Attention! Danger! Storm! Whole prefecture! Apartments! No electricity! Radio! Sounds like this bad storm. And radio is your only hope to stay in contact, is what it sounds like. Ah, so this was a storm warning. Most likely power could go out and we'd have to turn the radio on to get your instructions. What did I just say? I've heard that it's more or less a normal thing here. Storms come and go, but there usually isn't much damage. Still, I figured I'd better return to the apartment. And what was I supposed to do about the landlords forbidding me from turning on that damned radio? I go back to the apartment relatively quickly since I hadn't gone far. The wind outside didn't calm down. It kept getting stronger. It howled like an old ghost and shook the windows, scaring passerby. He got important bits. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Mei Xing. Always appreciate you. You have yourself a good night. The sky darkened. Along with the strong wind came heavy rain and thunder. People outside scrambled like bees, rushing to their safe little hives. Arthur! Man, we got all sorts of cool people popping in. We got, oh, you're playing No Man's Sky. Now you can talk for a bit. It's going. This is the second game in today's stream. It's a visual novel, and I'm sure you heard me blabbing quite a bit. Otherwise, things are going good. Had a good run at the gym today. Actually did a new personal best on squats. Yeah. So, that and everything's just going. How is you? How was No Man's Sky? An hour later, the wind was bending trees down and knocking over garbage bins. The clouds grew thicker and darkness fully settled in. The world shrank to the size of my tiny 15 tatami apartment. Oh, you had me at 1%. Okay. Fair. That happened. I mean, I do that too. I'll go into a stream where I put them all the way down to 1%. How big is 15 tatami? Is that like 15 square? I wonder how. I wonder. $261 square feet or 24 square meters. That's not a lot. That is definitely not a lot of space. Only a thin glass, trembling nonstop like a frightened rabbit, separated me from the dark, dangerous abyss of doom. After some time, the electricity really went out. I didn't even turn on the lights. I just noted the fridge had stopped humming. Meanwhile... Oh, I didn't even turn on the lights. I just noticed the fridge had stopped humming. Oh, been there. Been in hurricanes. Meanwhile, the storm kept growing stronger. The poor thin glass in my window seemed ready to shatter at any moment. I started to worry. Was this actually some kind of emergency? Maybe I should turn on the radio like the patrol officers said. But the landlords forbade me to use it for some unknown reason. I glanced at the old radio lying silently near the wall. They didn't explain the reason behind the ban, did they? What could possibly happen if I just turned it on? You just turn it on a little bit. You know, it's no big deal. I'll just turn it on, leave the volume at 1%. Especially since the police recommended doing so. It explodes. Oh, yeah, that would be bad. That would definitely be bad. Oh, that was clever. I like that when that happened. Another violent gust of wind shook the window, finally convincing me to bring the old receiver back to life. The radio ran on batteries, though of course there weren't any inside. Luckily, I found a couple in my backpack. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. They told you not to turn it on. They made sure there were no batteries. I mean, hey, he did say he was fleeing from his previous country. So, yeah, throwing batteries or like a battery or having battery packs would be a good thing to have. What did I say? When I was running away from the explosions, I took whatever seemed useful. In the end, about a third of my things turned out to be junk I stuffed into my bag out of panic. And probably useful. But the batteries actually came in handy. Who would have thought? I could picture my landlords making crosses with their hands, pointing at the radio and repeating, "Not allowed." But now, the radio felt necessary. This could be a matter of life and death. Right? I inserted the batteries. At that moment, I felt like Dr. Frankenstein, resurrecting a monster with electricity. It's alive! Alive! Oh, and a quick tangent. Regarding Dr. Frankenstein, I saw on Blue Sky that someone somewhere was complaining that the Guillermo del Toro movie of Frankenstein is too lore accurate. What? Yeah. Oh, to me, I know exactly where you are. Hi, Human. Yeah. Like Frankenstein. Yeah, because I forget the exact explanation, but that's the TLDR. Is that, you know, hey, yes, the monster is Frankenstein. Frankenstein is the doctor, not the monster, but also Frankenstein is kind of a monster if you think about it. I mean, he is taking parts of dead people and patching them together to create something. And if that creature happens to be, I don't know, horribly ugly and disfigured, that would make sense. And if people are complaining that, why is the creature so ugly and this and that? Because what do you expect? Something along those lines. I forget what the whole thing is like. It's not as fantastical. It's kind of gross. Like, it's supposed to be. Yeah, Frankenstein and his monster are both monsters. I mean, the monster didn't really is only a monster because of the situation. Frankie did nothing wrong. Hashtag Frankenstein rules or something. The premise is indeed, yes, it is indeed messed up. I pressed the button. Static hissed back at me. It's alive! I mindlessly spun the mechanical dial, searching for any station. After about 30 seconds, I landed on one. The room filled with a crackly voice, like from an old movie. You know, when everyone talked like this, the real transatlantic kind of speaking. Everyone had a very specific sound and that kind. Yeah, Frankenstein's monster was a reflection of the darkness within him. The voice broke through the wind and shaking glass, through the interference and the old wheezy speaker, just to bring me a piece of information. A radio wave from an unknown city transmitted fragments of speech. Stay at home. Danger. Yellow level. 2 hours. It will end. So it wasn't that bad after all. The storm should calm down in a couple of hours and no evacuation was planned. Maybe I panicked for no reason. I kept listening to the static, hoping to catch something useful, but my patience didn't last. When I listened to a foreign language without pause for too long, at some point my brain shuts off. Yeah, that happens to me too. After that, everything sounds like noise. In that state, it doesn't matter whether someone speaks Japanese, Spanish, or Hindi. I'll understand it all equally poorly. Bro, how? He's not that hard. Did you forget to equip a weapon? That's probably one of the only things. That or you didn't heal up in time. And don't forget you can save anywhere on the world map. Now was exactly that moment. You equipped his sword. I mean, he's able to be defeated at like level 1, level 2. He just intends to beat you up. Don't worry, the game will get a bit easier. It's a little it's a little punishing at first, but not for long. Out of boarding, I started searching for other stations. Maybe I'll find a good song. To me, if you have to, just fight enemies right around West Town. Get some potions, maybe get the shield, and you'll be fine. I wasn't looking for anything specific. Just turning the dial, listening to whatever the receiver picked up. News, the Japanese radio drama, some dull pop music. Oh, and to me, also make sure that you search the bookcases that are in the inn because you get an elixir. Then I suddenly heard something that made my brain doubt reality for a second. I heard my native language. It rang out like a mountain stream, filling every cell in my body and every corner of my soul. I already forgot what it felt like to hear it from the outside. To know it could exist just beyond my thoughts. For a while, I lost myself in the sound of familiar words. That alone made me smile. You found it? Alright. Yeah, I put a free elixir right at the start because why not? Only later did I begin to pay attention to the meaning behind them. And now the weather forecast. Today we expect sunshine. The temperature will rise to a pleasant 24 degrees Celsius. That forecast really surprised me. If this was a local radio station, the signal source had to be nearby. But the whole prefecture was under a storm warning. It seemed impossible that such a stark climate contrast could exist so close. Honestly, the whole situation felt quite... Alright, chat, you get to pick. 1 for interesting, 2 for frightening. So, 1 or 2? Got one vote for interesting. That's 2. Alright, we'll go with interesting. Going once. Interesting. Going twice. I'll give you a couple more seconds. Interesting it is. Strange, but in a good way. I immediately wanted to figure it all out. I turned the radio over, searching for a label. At last, I noticed a small groove with text on it. Just as I suspected, the radio only picks up FM waves, which means the range isn't very large. Around 50 kilometers, maybe less. What surprises me even more than the weather contrast is that the announcers are speaking my language. Could it be a local station started by immigrants from my country? Possibly. Still, that feels like too much of a coincidence. I mean, it can happen. My homeland is very far from Japan, and the part of Japan where I live now isn't attractive to migrants or even tourists. That still happens in real life, though. I mean, it really does. You can find an area of a country that, like, wait, why does so many people like this descendancy live here? They just do. It's a poor region, one that people try to leave as soon as they can to reach bigger, wealthier cities. While I was deep in thought, the radio host announced a music break, and when the first notes played, I once again couldn't believe my ears. Because it was a song from my childhood. A song I hadn't heard in years, but lit a warm flame of happy memories in my soul. A feeling I didn't have for a long time. The moment I heard it, all my doubts and questions vanished. Yes, this radio wave holds a lot of mystery, but I can figure that out later. While the wind howled outside, bending trees on this foreign land, I surrendered to the melody of a long-lost familiar song. Its sound wrapped around me like the cozy embrace of my grandmother's blanket. This song instantly took me back to a time when trees seemed taller, days felt longer, and apple pie waited on the table in the morning. Yum! I didn't even notice when sleep took over. I woke up around noon. The radio went silent. The batteries were long dead. I immediately headed outside to buy more. 3 days have passed since I first discovered the strange radio station. I've worked to the sound of familiar songs and listened to the news from Limeria. That's the name of the city. I heard historical programs about this city, and I could already picture its architecture. I waited for updates and enjoyed interviews with locals. One story caught my attention. The story of Yamamoto. He was an old skinny man, or at least that's how he described himself. After working as a clerk for 50 years, he decided to sell everything he owned and open a small music instrument shop. His voice was raspy, but vivid as he told how he started a new life from scratch at 70. Damn! He bought wood and spent nights in the basement carving traditional wind instruments. His first flutes were absolutely awful. His eyesight and hands weren't what they used to be. Yamamoto didn't have the money to hire craftsmen, so he kept working on his own, bit by bit. But eventually, the old man adapted, and at last, his first successful instrument was born. He played a simple melody on a flute and proudly shared the address of his little shop. That's how my days went by. Work and the news from this strange city. Physically, I was in my small gray town. But mentally, I was in Limeria. Still, no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find this place on the map. There's nothing even close to the name Limeria. And even with my limited Japanese, I had the feeling that Limeria didn't sound like a typical Japanese city at all. Somewhere deep down, I understood that the whole situation with this unusual city seemed rather strange. But I couldn't help myself. Every day I woke up and fell asleep with my Limeria on my mind. Apparently, it might be, plebs. Every day I woke up and fell asleep with Limeria on my mind. I even bought a box full of batteries so I could keep the radio on all the time. Of course, it caused some issues. My Japanese got significantly worse. I studied irregularly and only listened to the radio in my native language. Whoops. Naturally, I started forgetting Japanese. Whoops. And even though that worried me, I didn't really do anything about it. Bruh. On top of that, I began to feel disgusted by the foreign language. Words slipped away. Grammar broke down. I understood less and less of what locals said. Yikes. But also, I mean, understandable? I started hating the fact that I had to learn it. Months of pushing myself gave almost no results. I felt sick every time I tried to focus on it. It's cursed, he says. First, I forced myself to study for an hour a day. Then 40 minutes. Then just 10. Eventually, I gave up completely. A few days later, I realized I didn't even want to go outside. Talking to locals felt like torture. Doing anything to adapt to this place was unbearable. It's a shame. I mean, you're in Japan. Japan's kind of... I know it's not the big city, but it's Japan. Something clearly has to change. I need to study harder. Or maybe I could just move to Limeria? That way I wouldn't have to learn a new language at all. Alright, I am going to pause right here. I'm going to take another break for about 3 minutes again. Run some ads. And also, because of all the talking, I need to refill my water. So I will run an ad break. Stick around, and we'll return in about 3 minutes. So, good chance to stretch, use a restroom, whatever you may need. He's still beating you up at level 3? What? He shouldn't be that hard. I didn't buff him. You did upgrade your gear and stuff, right? Or just you... one thing is he is strong against ice attacks. So your best bet is to just keep attacking him with your regular hits. Anyways, welcome back. So the plan is he wants to move to Limeria. The idea kept coming back, but I never really thought about it. To me, the best thing is definitely kill the bat first with the icicle strike. Oh, there you go. There you go. You beat the first boss. I wasn't even sure what was better. Alright, chat. 1 or 2. Open my language textbook or find Limeria. 1 or 2. Should he try to work on his Japanese or try to find this mysterious town? Enemies beat you on the way to town. Oh no. Did you have enough potions? Make sure it's the usual RPG. Yeah, cursed location all the way. It certainly does sound it. Yeah. It's definitely good to get a few potions at first. Also, once you reach level 4, Zania will get the heal spell, which is going to make it a lot easier. And of course, once you get Sky Ninja, he will help you out so much. Alright. Ooh. I got 1 vote for open the language textbook, 1 vote for find Limeria. Do we have a tiebreaker? Or am I just gonna have to do up, down, up, down? You use all the oh, wow. Oh. I mean, it is an RPG, and, you know, you were supposed to have at least one, like, tough boss at first. In your case, to me, I'm gonna micro-spoil something. When you get to Central Castle, do not fight the Mimic. Save in the room, definitely. Save in the room, because the Mimic will tear you up. I mean, you can try to fight him if you want, just to see what it's all about. But save. Remember, save on the overworld and on the savior circles. Alright, we got 1 of each. I'm going to close my eyes. I know you can't see it because I'm a VTuber robot. But in real life, I promise you I'm closing my eyes, not looking at the screen. Oh! It ended up on 2 after all then, okay. I made a firm decision to start the search. Maybe I should look for some historical mentions of that city. And I knew exactly who to ask about all the local history. My old Japanese friend. Bro, why weren't you talking to him in Japanese to help you brush up on your Japanese at the beginning? Ah, whatever. That probably is important for the story. It was the first time in days I got myself together and went outside. Dang. Bro needs to seriously touch grass. Walking through this city, I thought a lot. In Japan, I had only 1 real friend. But even that felt like a big stroke of luck. Yeah, I can relate to this feeling because when I moved out to California, I didn't really have any friends, and my few friends who I have, they're all based out of Los Angeles, and their lives and schedules, we've been able to meet up like once in 10 years. Yeah, sucks. That's what sucks about moving to a different country, city, or like, and I mean like far city or state. If you don't have many people there, you're all alone, and it can. I mean, I have family and whatnot, but still, you know. After months in Sapporo, I learned one thing. Making friends with locals wasn't easy. Well, yeah. He's just like you for real. It's not like they treated me badly or ignored me. No, not at all. People were generally kind. Still, there was a slight feeling of superiority in their attitude. Maybe subconscious, almost invisible. But this superiority was still there. Most conversations with locals began with curiosity. They asked where I was from, how I ended up here, showed interest in my story, even offered help. At first, it felt fine. But after a month or two, they started to grow tired of me. And it showed. The novelty faded. They got used to my foreign accent and appearance, and then they just pulled away. Ouch. Oh, what did I just say? I swear, some of this stuff. So true, so true. I can really, yeah. They had their own lives, their own friends. Oof. Ouch. Why should they bother with a foreigner who couldn't even put two proper sentences together? Yeah, relocation is tough. A foreigner with constant problems, documents, housing, money. Someone for whom things never quite go right. If you're surrounded by familiar people, people who think like you, laugh like you, and get your jokes, why look for friends among foreigners? At least, that's how it feels to me now. Hi, Viral. I have not actually considered it. I have never even heard of it, and I haven't played it either. But I'm not opposed to trying it in Spanish. I hope I'm wrong. That's why I was so grateful to have at least one true friend here. Since arriving in this city, I hadn't seen him yet, but I knew where to find him. My university friend Tanaka worked at the local school. There's only one school here. Easy to find. I figured out when his classes would finish and waited near a small store by the school. And Japanese vending machines are so cool. It's European Spanish. That's fine. I mean, it's still... Espanol is Espanol. But like all forms of English and all forms of Spanish are just a little bit different. I mean... Plabs, Tumi, you guys understand. Mexican Spanish, Uruguay Spanish, Puerto Rican Spanish, Spain Spanish. They're all the same, but they're not. Just like American English, Canadian English, British English, South African English, Australian English. They're all English, but they have their little... their slang is different, and their other little quirks. And Viral, I have played games that are from Spain, so I've seen some where they accidentally left some of the translations in Popeye's Spanish. Mis espinacas, muy bien, muy bien. There are different words and expressions. True. Students often ran there during breaks to get snacks or soda. Now that the school day was over, the yard near the store filled with loud and cheerful pupils. Soon I saw Tanaka leaving the school and walking my way. I waved to him. Whoa! Hey, Yariko. Good to see you. Of course, my name wasn't actually Yariko. That was the version I used in Japan. Tanaka spoke decent English, and that's the language we usually used. It helped us fully understand each other. But he called me that name from my first year of university, and the habit stuck. Hey Tanaka! Great to see you too. How's it going? Oh, same old. Teaching classes, filling out paperwork. You know how it is. It seemed that being a teacher wasn't all that different in Japan than in my home country. I decided to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. You're still teaching Japanese history, right? Yep, haven't switched subjects. Why? I've got an interesting question. Have you ever heard of a city called Lemuria? Tanaka thought for a moment and scratched his chin. He looked up like he was counting clouds in the sky. There were plenty today, so he counted for a while. Haha. Because it's raining. Finally, he asked, Lemuria, huh? Which country is that in? His question caught me off guard. Well, Japan. More than that, it's in a prefecture. Could it be an old historical name or something? Tanaka counted clouds again, but this time his answer came faster. No, there's never been a city like that around here. Where did you hear the name? I caught its radio station. They had local news, well-known people, history programs, all that kind of stuff. That's strange. Maybe you accidentally picked up a station from across the ocean? That happens sometimes. That's the thing. No. My radio only picks up FM frequencies. What's the usual range for those? FM, not far, maybe 50 kilometers. Exactly! That means the city must be nearby. My eyes lit up, but Tanaka didn't share my excitement. Sounds like some kind of mistake. I drive to work every day, always changing stations. I've probably heard every station around here and never heard of Lemuria radio. His words hit hard. Tanaka was a history teacher. It was unlikely he'd forget an entire nearby city. Unless, for some reason, everyone's memory just went boop. He really didn't know anything. By the way, Yariko, the school's looking for a club assistant. Easy job helping carry gear for sports and music clubs. Language skills aren't that important. Could be a good fit for you. Also a decent way to start a local career and adapt better. Getting a local job was definitely a big topic. Back home, I worked as a designer at a major company. I even had a degree in the field, and then AI. Here in Japan, that meant nothing. Confirming my qualifications would take time and money, which I didn't have. And with my weak Japanese, I couldn't hope for a proper position anytime soon. So, I had to start from zero in this new country, painfully putting my past experience and ambitions behind me. Ouch. I was ready to do anything just to make some money. Again, a true thing that happens when you can often change states and definitely change countries. Because like in some states you can have a license to work, and then in another state they'll honor it, or you might have to apply for a new license in that state, or you might have to go back to school for additional, even if you have like 20 years experience, like, oh no, you didn't have the right amount of schooling, you have to go back. Like, but I've been doing it for 10 years, 20 years. That's the thing that happens. Freelancing helped me scrape by, but I definitely needed a local job. I thought about Tanaka's offer. It really wasn't a bad chance. Especially for someone in my situation. At a simple job, I'd adapt faster and fall into the local rhythm. And I'd definitely earn more than on my freelance gigs. But what about Limeria? If I found a job there, I'd start settling in and getting used to things. I'd make some first friends. Moving away would be harder. The deeper I put down roots, the stronger my ties to the place. Tanaka was waiting for my answer about the job. Boy, you better take it. Oh. Alright, chat. 1 or 2? Does he reject the job? That's choice 1. Or consider the job? Choice 2. No to the job. Yes to job. We got 1 vote for. Oh, we got a split. It's good to pretend like you're not about to look for a cursed city, right? Anyone else? Any other votes? We got one for each. Otherwise, I'm gonna do a random select again. Viral, you still here? Give me a 1 or a 2. Please. Either way, it'll be no. Right? Yeah, seriously. All right. Here we go. Not looking, not looking, not looking. That one. I'll think it over. Okay, that's what we went with. Because I'm like, alright, close eyes, let's go. Maybe it was it. On the way home, my thoughts swarmed like ants in an anthill. I thought about work, the weather, everything in the world, but mostly how to find Limeria. For some reason, thoughts of that city completely took over my mind. I'd give anything just to see it even once. This radio station can't be a mistake. I've been listening to Limeria's news for almost a week and hearing its people's voices. I'm sure the city exists and it's nearby. Yeah, and then you know what's going to happen when you go to Limeria? You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. You're going to run into Nathan Drake. Yes, Uncharted. Because Nathan Drake is the kind of guy who will find a crazy city, like lost city, and then destroy it. Lara Croft too. Well, she's a Tomb Raider. Nathan Drake goes to uncharted places. I told you there'd be puns. Though I believed Tanaka, I still decided to check the information myself. Of course, I'd already searched online about Limeria but found nothing useful. So, I thought it might be a good idea to try a different approach. Not far from my street was either a library or an archive. I decided to go there and look for something useful. Maybe they have some rare documents that weren't digitized? The staff member was very surprised to see a foreigner standing before her. Using broken Japanese gestures, exclamations, and prayers to every god, I barely managed to explain what information I was looking for. 15 minutes later, I was flipping through huge tomes and studying ancient maps. But I still didn't find a single mention of Limeria. I went back home and turned on the radio again. The announcer cheerfully talked about the sunny weather in Limeria and an upcoming music festival. The townspeople were setting up stage, and old Yamamoto decided to donate a couple of his flutes to the future performers. On one of those streets, a bakery opened. The town mayor solemnly cut the ribbon at the entrance. Then, right in the middle of the interview, he chewed on a bun, comically smacking his lips into the mic. You know, that kind. I swear I even smelled the baked goods through the speaker of my old radio. Bruh. I mean, when you're thinking that hard, you can, like, feel things. The city was alive. Or was it? I listened to the sounds I'd grown familiar with. The announcers' voices, the noise of narrow alleys, the childhood songs I loved. This couldn't be a mistake. Limeria definitely exists somewhere. One single thought settled in my mind, pushing all others aside. To find Limeria. The city is here, somewhere nearby, no more than 50 kilometers away. Just reach out and you'll touch it. Maybe I should rent a car and drive to the prefecture? Or ask people at bus stations. Perhaps Limeria was a regional nickname for another city? Something like a legend or a for locals only name? I threw myself into this whirlpool of thoughts. I might have sat there for another hour if something hadn't drawn my attention. The mirror in the hallway. Oh boy. This mirror is gonna cause trouble, isn't it? I thought I saw a blue gleam in it. Run, bitch. Run. Run. Okay, let's go. Oh, Toomey, did you just get Sky Ninja? Oh, that. Shit. Oh, boy. Toomey. ¿Por qué? I haven't started my timer yet. Dios mío, lo siento. Okay. 7 minutes with Spanish. Starting ahora mismo. Oh, y si necesito traducir las palabras en la pantalla. Oh, Dios mío. Ay. El espejo en el salón. Él piensa que vi un blue gleam. Pero él piensa, ay, no me gusta. El espejo en el pasillo. Gracias. No, el pienso no es bueno. No podría haber algo. El espejo está en la pared. Entonces, nada puede estar en reflejo. Aún yo levanto y voy a mirar más cerca. I'm trying, I promise I'm trying. You know, I'm gonna use. Wait. Empuje ese pensamiento. No podía haber visto algo ahí. El espejo miraba la pared. Yes, that. Gracias, gracias, yes. Empuje, empuje, ese, empuje, empujar, to push. Ese pensamiento. No podía haber visto algo. Sí, 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 es. Miraba a la pared. Gracias por corregir mis errores. Es muy importante y muchas gracias. El rey. I'm gonna use Rey. El rey en el espejo fue nada, pero el cielo. El cielo de una ciudad bonita y de sol. El cielo de una ciudad soleado y bonita. Una ciudad soleada bonita. Oh, it's close. Casas bonitas. Estar debajo del cielo y los árboles fueron no estoy seguro cómo se dice blooming. Más bien una bonita ciudad soleada. Sí, sí, sí. No estoy seguro cómo se dice trees were blooming. ¿Eso fue un chiste? Floreciendo, gracias. Los árboles fueron floreciendo. Muchas gracias, Tommy, muchas gracias. How do I turn around? Solo vi la pared detrás. ¿Qué pasó? Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yo retorcían mi cuerpo. I spun around. Muchas veces. Y también. I'm gonna say golpear mi piel antes de regresado. No estoy en sueño. Sí, sí. Skin, piel. Peel. Skin, peel, because you can peel your skin. Oh, necesito más tiempo en español. El espejo en mi pasillo vacío realmente refleja una ciudad soleada. Antes de darme cuenta que no estaba soñado. Gracias. Gracias por corregir. Miraba más. Las casas, la pared, la sakura floreciendo. ¿Podría estar? ¿Podría ser? ¡No! ¡No es posible! Mi cerebro negó de... ¿cómo se dice? Believe. Oh, my timer ran out, but I want to grab try this last sentence. Mi mente negó como ver mis ojos. I'm going with that. Mi cerebro se negaba a creer lo que mis ojos vieron. I hope, Doomy, thank you for all the help, and I really do hope that everything I said was close enough. It was. Thank you. Now I feel even more like this guy because, and we all experience it. Yeah, that's what it's like. Practice as much as you can, and even if it's broken, and you're trying, and you're genuinely trying, and you're doing the best you can, you'll get people who will help you out, who will understand it. I mean, maybe not so in Japan. I don't know. This is based on this guy's experience. But yeah. Whew. Thank you for that workout, Toomey. I genuinely do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. After all, those houses and the sakura and that pure sunny sky crossed my mind many times. I was in that city, not with my body, but with my soul. Your soul is mine. That's roughly how I imagined it. Before me shimmered a sunlit piece of Lemuria. After I recovered from the shock, one question immediately came to mind. What do I do with this? Call the police? No! And what would they do? Tell the landlords? Didn't they forbid me from turning on the radio because of this? Tell Tanaka? I thought after today's talk he'd just laugh and wouldn't even want to look. It was sad, but I had no one to ask for advice. I thought it over and decided to do what I often do with problems. Ignore them for a while and go to sleep. Yeah, we've all done that. Like, just try to sleep it off. Doesn't always work. In the morning, I'd have a clearer head. Maybe the problem will resolve itself. The next day, the problem wasn't gone. Shocking. I paced around the room, glancing at the mirror from time to time. Lemuria Street was empty. At least for now, I didn't see a single person there. I lightly tapped on the glass. The image didn't change, and nothing happened. Bro, what are you trying to do? Go through the mirror, have a spirit reach out like it's the ring or something like that? I tried everything with that poor mirror. Moved it to different corners of the room, wiped and scratched the glass, even shouted at the reflection, because maybe someone would respond. Nothing would work. I still saw a patch of blue sky and buildings. At first glance, nothing had changed on Limeria's radio station. The only difference was maybe more interviews, and the announcers invited guests to visit their city more often. The music festival is just around the corner. We'll be happy to welcome everyone who comes to spend it with us in Limeria. A festival guest named Alicia enthusiastically spoke about her favorite performers. Now that I think about it, I've always wanted to go to a music festival, but I've never been to one. I've been to EDC, Electric Daisy Carnival, in 2012 in Florida. That was fun. And I think I've been to a couple of others, but not like, well, if they were multi-day ones, I only ever went for one day. So passed the day, then another. I returned the mirror to its old place and tried to pretend nothing was happening. Just a few days ago, I was burning with the desire to find Lemuria, wasn't I? But now that I found it, I didn't even know how to feel about it. During my audio immersion in the City of the Sun, I hardly studied Japanese. I didn't even go outside without urgent need. I felt like Lemuria became my city, not that Japanese province where I ended up. Though, deep down, I felt ashamed of such thoughts. So I worked, listened to the radio, and occasionally checked the mirror to see if anything new happened. By then, I was used to the anomaly in my apartment and treated it as part of the room's interior. It probably would have gone It probably would have gone on like that if I hadn't seen a girl's silhouette in the mirror a few days later. Bro, throw that shit out and run. At first, it flickered somewhere far behind the building. I even mistook it for a glimpse. But gradually, it came closer and closer. Fucking run, dude. She's gonna crawl out there and then she's gonna do some ring stuff to you. You're gonna get dead. Maybe I've seen the ring a few too many times. Whatever. I tried to call out to the girl behind the glass, but she couldn't hear me. It was both frightening and captivating. Although it was scary, the city behind the glass looked very beautiful and even somewhat familiar. It's a trap. Lemuria didn't look anything like a city from my country, but there was something about it that pulled me like a magnet. I watched the buildings, followed the blooming trees, and of course, observed the girl. The more time passed and the more I looked, the closer she came. Bro, when she breaks out of that mirror, oh fuck. Oh, hello. What did I say about her getting And one fine morning, I saw her gently tapping her finger on that side of the glass. Throw it out. Run. Run, bitch. Run. Bro. This could get dangerous. I mean, it could also become beautiful, but I've seen enough horror movies where this shit gets terrifying. I mean, am I right? Still, I'm gonna be a little bit optimistic and hope for the best. Honestly, my heart pounded, but I approached anyway. For a while, she smiled and looked at me. I was the first to break the silence. Hi! Can you hear me? I spoke in my native language. Apparently in Lemuria, they should know it. Yes! Hi! Okay, the mirror talks. Dude, run, run, run. Mirrors are not supposed to talk. Her voice came to me through the thickness of the mirror glass. The sound was clear but slightly muffled, as if behind a thin wall. Her voice was soft and gentle. She spoke without any accent. That's how our acquaintance began. The girl's name was Alma. Alma, that means soul in Spanish. Every day for a week at the same time, she waited for me in the mirror. What? We talked about everything under the sun. Music, society, the feeling of home, baked goods, rain, and sunshine. We joked, shared the day's events, laughed, and even felt sad together. I barely noticed how much I was getting attached to Alma. Judging by everything, the feeling was mutual. Every now and then, she asked me to stay a little longer and talk with her when I was about to leave. Bruh. Often I agreed, putting off my plans, skipping trips to the store or walks. She became the only person I talked to. People are doing that with AI and like AI girlfriends now, which is kind of creepy. Of course it's pleasant, but if I keep going like this, I risk never adapting to the new country and remaining trapped in my own bubble. That's what I've been saying. After all, I couldn't really get to Lymeria, right? At least that's what I thought. My heart beat faster one day when Alma herself started a conversation about moving to Lymeria. Hearing that, my feelings mixed into a strange, uneasy cocktail. I didn't know if I felt fear, hope, or both at once. Listen, you ask so many questions about Lymeria. Maybe you'd like to live here? I have really thought a lot about it. Of course, it would be nice. But I think it's impossible. She looked at me with interest, a spark flickering in her eyes. What if I told you it's possible? All you need is to want it strongly enough. What, are we gonna pull some Harry Potter platform 9 3/4 nonsense? If you truly want it, I'll find a way. I promise. What do you say? You're on the other side of a mirror. How is this gonna happen? Is it really that simple? Well, I don't even know what awaits me there. I need some time to think. Of course, but don't delay. Soon it might be too late. What? What was there like a magical time window or time portal that all of a sudden if he takes too long, whoosh, Lymeria is gonna vanish into like the next dimension, and then we won't be able to see each other anymore? Yeah, my question stands. That's freaky. This is a really difficult decision. Lymeria seems like the perfect city for me. At least at first sight. Everything feels familiar there. My favorite music plays, and the sun almost always shines. I've been living there in my mind for a long time. Maybe this is one of those once-in-a-lifetime chances, like winning the lottery. Man. I'm already used to this mirrored city, its sounds, and rhythm. I even feel like I know its people, at least through the stories I've heard about them. On the other hand, I know nothing about Lymeria. What awaits me there? Can I trust Alma? Wouldn't it be better to live in a real city? Probably. No one has ever even heard of a city called Lymeria, yet some girl in a mirror is calling me there. Bro. These should all be huge red flags. Especially, you know, the whole, a girl is talking to you through a mirror. Is that not a little, sus? When you think about it, it sounds crazy. Yeah, seriously. Try explaining that to someone out in the street. They'd be like, the fuck? Maybe it's just my laziness and refusal to face reality. Yes, I didn't want to move. But it's not the world's fault for being the way it is. It's my fault. I can't accept it. Maybe I should stop chasing illusions, take the job Tanaka offered, and forget about Lymeria. Or should I believe in this phantom city and the promises of the girl in the mirror? Or have I lost my freaking mind? But then again, is some boring warehouse assistant job really worth giving up a chance to live in a perfect magical city? I assure you it's not a perfect magical city, dude. It never is. It never is. My head exploded with thoughts. My brain worked like a broken compass, its needle twitching between north and south, not knowing where to settle. A perfect phantom city. A path into the unknown. A path to doom. Or adapting to reality. Difficult, but real. Or maybe I should just take a risk and let whatever happens happen. Leroy Jenkins mode. Okay. It's all very complicated, but a decision has to be made. I approached the mirror and looked at Alma. She asked cheerfully, "So, would you like to move to Limeria?" Oh boy, I am 100% putting a quick save. Alright, chat. Big decision time. 1 to go, or 2 to stay. Doomy says stay. Plabs says go. Oh boy. That's why I have a quick save right there, because this is a big one. Anyone else in chat? Now's your chance. Throw a 1 or a 2. Do I try going to Limeria through the mirror? Or do I stay here in reality where, you know, it's real? ¿Por qué no los dos? I mean, I do have the quick save, so I can choose both sides. Here we go. Eyes are closed, even though my VTuber is a robot, and he never blinks. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's that one. Oh. All right. Let's see what happens. No, the situation with Limeria has gone too far. I haven't even noticed how this phantom world has taken over my thoughts. The strange radio station, the girl in the mirror, the ghostly sky. Is any of this normal? I know nothing about this girl or the city. What if it's all a trap? Seriously. What can you expect from a mysterious stranger in a mirror's reflection? See, this is the logical choice. It felt like a splash of cold water hitting me. Was I ready to agree to something so completely unknown? Watch him still pick at it anyway. Sorry, but I'm staying here. Alma didn't say a word. She gave a faint nod and walked away, deep into the mirrored city. A city that had almost consumed my mind. I watched her fade into the distance until she disappeared among the blooming cherry trees. I turned to look out the window. It was still raining outside. Yes, this little Japanese town was far from perfect. But maybe I owed it a chance. For the next few days, I barely turned on the radio. The reflection of Limeria began to slowly dissolve like a ghostly mist. Alma no longer appeared in the mirror. And honestly, I didn't even feel like calling out to her or searching for her. It felt like I was waking for a deep sleep that had taken over my mind for the past 2 months. One day, the batteries in the radio died. And for the first time, I didn't replace them. Sure, part of me still missed Limeria, but deep down, I knew leaving that illusion behind was the right thing. A few days later, I opened my language textbook again for the first time in what felt like ages. A few months after that, the words started to come together in connected sentences. The more I got used to the locals, the better I understood them. A curse nonetheless. Yeah, I kind of wanted, after this sequence, load up and go to the other side. I doubt I'll ever truly belong in this strange new world. But maybe I don't have to. Maybe it's enough just to remain myself. Not one of them. Not a stranger. Just who I am. Work at the school wasn't difficult. The pay was steady and it was more than enough to live on. Nice. I bought a few things for the apartment and made it feel a little more like home. Small things maybe, but they made the place more comfortable, more mine. During all those weeks of self-imposed isolation with the radio, I hadn't even cleaned the room. Bro. Finally, I began organizing things, putting everything in its place. Suddenly, I noticed a strange creak in the floor. Beneath the rug, I found a small hiding place. Something the previous tenants had left behind? Nothing but a notebook. I opened it carefully, flipping through the worn, fragile pages. It was old. The notebook turned out to be a diary belonging to a young guy. The entries were in English, so I had no trouble reading everything that was written. The handwriting was chaotic, letters jumping around as if they didn't want to stay inside the lines. It must have belonged to the guy who lived here before me. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. The story started out normal enough. The author moved in with his girlfriend. He worked double shifts, and when she was home alone, she often listened to the radio to keep herself company. According to the diary, she started acting strange. She became withdrawn. All she seemed to care about was sitting by the radio, tuned into a single mysterious frequency. Whoa. He often heard static when he approached the house, but the moment his key turned in the lock, the sound would cut off. Eventually, he convinced her to explain what was going on. She said she would show him her favorite broadcast. With a kind of unnatural reverence, she turned the dial, then whispered, "Here, can you hear it? What do you think?" But he heard nothing, just static. The radio was turned between stations. There was no voice, no music, just a crackle of white noise. Excuse me. He tried to help her, but she didn't listen. Doctors found nothing wrong. She behaved normally outside the apartment. He suggested they move away, but she refused. So one day, he simply threw out the radio. Yet the next morning, the cursed machine was back in its place. It seemed impossible to get rid of it. Then she began talking to her reflection in the mirror, like he was doing. And later one day, she vanished. When he came home from work, she was gone. Did she go through the mirror? Bro. Only her belongings remained, and the radio hissing softly on the floor. The diary began to change. His handwriting grew more frantic. Some pages were torn, others stained with ink. Much of what he wrote made no sense anymore. But I understood one thing clearly. He was searching for an answer about his beloved's disappearance. Dozens of pages filled with formulas, diagrams, clippings, abstract drawings, and nonsense passed until the final page. On it, a few paragraphs of clear text were written. The source of my suffering and the cause of Alicia's fractured mind was a parallel dimension known as Limeria. Oh shit. The name comes from the Latin limen, meaning threshold. The closest term in our language would be liminal, which means state of transition or being on the edge. Oh shit. I'm glad I random selected this. If my data is correct, this dimension is parasitic. It connects through our world through various conduits: sound, image, and symbol. Yes, a liminal space. Wild, huh? I discovered that Limeria functions as an anomalous shift in reality. It does not exist in space or time as we know them. Yeah, wild. Imagine the brain as a receiver or antenna. It is normally tuned to our world. Yeah, that's wild. And now I really want to do the quick load and see what happens if we go to the crazy place. While Limeria searches for ways to retune both the brain and consciousness to its own frequency. First, it looks for cracks in reality through which it can seep in. Once it finds a victim, it connects to their consciousness and begins transmitting. The guy who moved away, yep, makes perfect sense. Usually, Limeria shows them something they lack. Something they so deeply desire that they want to enter Limeria to get it. That's how the parasite invades the victim's mental code. It alters their consciousness and gradually pushes them out of our world. Seemed normal on the outside, but that was screaming abnormality. Yeah, my whole thing was when the girl shows up in the mirror, that's when it's time to GTFO. Not by physically pushing, but by rewriting their quantum frequency. Okay, now we're in Cyberpunk 2077. The victims, they simply stop existing. Yep, I'm getting Cyberpunk 2077 vibes right now with the whole... Spoiler if you have not played. Massive plot spoiler. If you do not want to hear it, plug your ears for the next 30 seconds. Johnny Silverhand is slowly taking over V. Okay, that's it. The spoilers are over. People stop seeing them. Stop hearing them. Memories and mentions should be erased too. Though I still remember Alicia. I don't know why. In any case, this is the end of my research. When I finished reading that final line, I was hit with a wave of fear, followed by a strange sense of relief. If the author of this diary was telling the truth, I narrowly escaped a terrible fate. And I think I may have heard a radio interview once with a girl named Alicia. Could it really have been her? It'd be creepy if everyone forgot them. Yeah. With a trembling hand, I placed the journal on the table. I think I'll keep it as a reminder and move on with my life, carrying the painful lesson of that poor guy. Yeah, apparently so. Apparently it was an evil curse. Okay. Pre-rolls are going to start in 10 seconds, so if you're here, you don't have to worry about ads, but anyone coming in is going to get hit with a pre-roll. Days passed. The mirror became just a mirror. The radio, just another object beneath the wall. I worked. I talked to people. I kept adapting. In short, I kept living. Did I fall in love with this quiet, great little town of Shimizaki? Not quite. But did I accept it? Absolutely. The truth is, this town has its good sides too. I just hadn't seen them before. The key was to look at it from a different angle. And most importantly, to stop comparing it to my hometown. Yes. Hard to do, but yes. You just have to accept it's new. Everything's new. This little rainy Japanese town, Shimizaki, is a completely different place. With different people, different houses, different mailboxes, different trees, and a different sky. One morning, I was awakened by a ray of sunlight. Praise the sun! I got dressed and stepped outside to greet it. I was surprised to see the clouds were gone and a yellow sun rose over the horizon. A sun that shines differently. There's the title again. I reached my arms out to it, and for the first time in many long months, I felt the warm kiss of sunlight on my skin. Praise, praise, praise the sun! Hey! Alright. Where's my quick load? Yo, where's my quick load? Alright. That is a really great, cute story. And now... Yeah, starting and ending with the title is fantastic. Very cute. I'm going to give this one guy a good review. But now, you know what? Let's go. We're going to run this through the end. We're going to go with the girl. We're going to go see the parasitic end. Let's see this shit. Let's see what happens. I would try to live in Limeria, no matter what it might cost me. Yes, I really want it. Ooh, that was creepy. Alma smiled mysteriously. She whispered something I couldn't hear clearly and then left. I tried to call after her, but it was useless. For the next few days, Alma didn't appear in the mirror. I looked in the reflection at different times of day. Tried calling her. All in vain. I listened to the radio, hoping to catch some hint where she might be. Except for Alma's disappearance, nothing around changed. Maybe she couldn't find a way to bring me to Limeria. However, one day I started noticing something strange. I went to the store to buy batteries to the radio. I approached the clerk and asked for what I needed. But she didn't react at all. I repeated louder. Nothing. I thought maybe she had hearing problems since she was an older woman. Oh, and since we already know the truth about Limeria, this is the thing happening. This is the disappearance happening. After a few seconds, the clerk looked at me in surprise, apologized, and brought the batteries. I would have quickly forgotten about this incident, but such episodes began to happen repeatedly. First, the bus driver let me pass without paying. Then a passerby on the street bumped into me as if not seeing me. Yep, he's being phased into the alternate reality. I didn't know what to think. Time passed and people noticed me less and less. I didn't understand what was happening. Anxiety began to spread inside me, wrapping its black vines around my mind. At first I thought I was just being ignored, but then I realized it wasn't ignorance. I simply wasn't seen, as if I didn't exist at all. It seemed unlikely all those situations were just coincidences, especially since minutes later, people started seeing me again. I was surprised they hadn't noticed me before. But there was something else besides these strange situations that made me uneasy. Out of the corner of once out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw Dragons! Oh my goodness, that caught me off guard. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid, Hudless. Good to see you. Este, good to see you as well. How was Hogwarts Legacy? So, for those of you who don't know me, I am the animation voice, also RoboRob, voiceover talent, VTuber, indie game streamer. We are wrapping up a visual novel called The Sun Shines Differently Here. And as for me, I'm doing okay. About to wrap up. Hopefully you guys are not caught in ads. Good stream. You're just hungry. I get it. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, Hudless, he plays a variety of different games. And as his name implies, Hudless. He's played Cyberpunk, which we were actually just talking about a moment ago. Witcher. He's played them all with the HUD turned off, which is a pretty cool thing. Anyway, glad you're here. Yeah, glad you're here. If you need to raid and run, lurk, twerk, jerk, whatever you need. Wait, what? Yeah. Use a restroom, snack, grab it, whatever. We're on the second ending of this visual novel here. And, yeah, Blab's like, wait, what did he say? I gotta be silly, you know that. The whole thing is, apparently this guy is now fading out of existence. So, one more hour. We'll see. I mean, it's late. I have to wrap up because I have an appointment tomorrow for. I'm getting my COVID vax. So there's that.
Democracy is non-negotiable.
Goddamn right. But for all the raiders, thank you. Hang out and let's enjoy this last bit of a ride, because what's going on is the main character is looking for a place called Limeria, which apparently does not actually exist, and it's just destroying his mind. I couldn't believe my eyes and ran after her, but soon realized I was mistaken. He met this girl named Alma, and she was on the other side of a mirror. Yeah, if you're getting feelings like, wait, a girl in a mirror, and you're thinking of like The Ring, yeah, that's pretty much what this kind of plays into. The concept is that this guy was from a country that was in war, and he escaped to Japan and has had a hard time adapting. That's the concept here. However, the more time passed, the more signs of Alma's presence appeared. And most importantly, the clearer I saw her, the worse the passerby saw me. Less aggressive and more subtly taking over your mind. Yeah. Fear took hold of my heart, and I didn't know what to do. Yeah, right? Alma no longer appeared in the mirror either. Later, I began seeing Alma even more often. As a shadow among the crowd, a reflection in the distance, a hint of presence. The girl was gradually entering my world. Oh my god. Until one day, I saw her at the bus stop near my home. And then she grabbed you and bit your neck and... Wait, what? She smiled as if we had known each other for years. Hi. Sorry to keep you waiting. If a few weeks ago I hadn't seen her in a mirror's reflection, I would have taken her for an ordinary local. Yet, something about her stood out from the surroundings. Strange off-season clothes, unusual eye and hair color. And something else I couldn't describe. She's gonna rip your soul out, bro. Looking at her, I felt a strange, previously unknown sensation inside. It was barely perceptible, like a distant memory at the edge of consciousness. I don't know exactly what in her appearance caused this feeling, but Alma looked like someone from another dimension. Yes, it was Plabs. It was a very subtle rumbling. Foreshadowing, I'm calling it. Yeah, we talked for about half an hour. It was only after that when I realized people didn't see her at all. So this guy's like blabbing to himself. People are like, the fuck? What's more, they stopped seeing me too. It was a strange feeling, as if I didn't belong to this world anymore. Yet at the same time, Alma became completely real. It was like her world entirely replaced mine. Well, it's time to go to your new city. She smiled and extended her hand to me. Uh-oh. 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 The second he takes her hand, he's fucked. Soon, we were standing in front of the mirror in my hallway. When Alma gently touched the glass, ripples spread across it, like circles on the surface of a pond. Then she motioned for me to do the same. I touched the glass as well. The surface shimmered beneath my finger. To the touch, it felt like cold jelly. What the fu- The world was slowly changing around him, and now the colored circles began to appear before my eyes. I closed my eyes and felt the world around me start to shift. It twisted and spun like the rings of a child's kaleidoscope. But instead of colorful crystals, there were matter, probabilities, and fragments of reality. Time froze and fell upward. Space around crackled like thin ice, as if about to break. Finally, this quantum carousel stopped. At first, I felt the warmth of the sun on my face. Then my mind filled with various scents. Cherry blossoms, dry grass, the freshness of summer. I opened my eyes. The very building I had seen in the mirror for weeks stood before me. But in real life, it looked far more beautiful and majestic. Alma was beside me, smiling warmly. Well, here you are home. I spent a few minutes shaking off the shock. But once some time passed, I began to joyfully fill myself with this new surrounding world. I listened to every sound and breathed in every scent. I caught every glint of sunlight with my eyes. I felt warmth. Finally, I was here. Finally, I was home. Where people speak my language. Where the sun shines every day and the weather is always good. I'm expecting a twist so hard. Where I'm understood and know everything about the world. I wanted to hear all the stories of this place. How is Yamamoto? Did the festival happen? When can I try the buns at the new cafe the mayor opened? My head was bursting with questions. I'm so happy to finally be here. I just can't believe my eyes. I turned and saw the mirror. Through it, I could see a piece of my room. Behind the silvered glass, it looked cold and foreign. Alma looked at me curiously, then smiled. Come with me. I'll show you the city. I sat on the bike sphere rack behind Alma. We rode through the streets of Limeria. The friendly sun blinded my eyes and warmed my hands. We passed by shops and neat houses, rode along wide avenues and narrow sidewalks. The wheels of the bike spun with a cheerful creak. The creaking echoed off the walls and carried far beyond the horizon. The bike wove along twisted paths like a butterfly among flowers. It carried me toward the sun. This world was joyful and welcoming. For a while, I just looked around, catching every moment of this wonderful city. But as the first impression quieted down, I noticed a detail that unsettled me. Here it is. On the beautiful, clean, shining seat. Yep. There wasn't a single living soul. Here we go. Let's fucking go. Let's find out the real dark secret. We already know from the previous thing that once you disappear, that's it. It's a parasite. It destroys you. The farther we rode, the more doubts crept into my heart. The perfect houses were fitted together like they'd been measured with a ruler. I couldn't spot a single crack on the pavement lines. There wasn't even a breeze? Bro. The leaves hung frozen on branches as if weightless. Only the sun painted the polished mirror-like empty shop windows yellow. The more I looked, the more everything seemed too perfect. Every element was in its place, like in a dollhouse. Inside me, a seed of anxiety sprouted, growing every minute, binding my arms and legs with the vines of fear. Finally, we stopped before a beautiful temple in Japanese style. We're here! I stepped onto the ground with trembling legs and asked, Here? Where exactly? Alma stood still for a moment, and a shadow of sadness crossed her face. Forgive me. I really didn't want this. Ooh, the heartbeat. Panic overwhelmed me like a wave. This is a trap. Definitely a trap. I called it way in advance. Run? But where? I'm nowhere on the other side of the mirror. I tried to hide my fear and not show it to Alma, but my voice trembled as I asked, forgive you for... what? I saw a glimmer of tear in Alma's eyes. I really didn't want to do this, but I have no choice. I've grown attached to you, but I can't act otherwise. Each of her words echoed inside my skull. I was scared and didn't understand where she was leading. Maybe you've already seen for yourself that Limeria is an unusual city. It's, let's say, the last refuge for those who have given up on reality. Whoa. A person can enter Limeria only by willingly pushing the real world away. That's how you got here. In your reality, you disappeared because you denied this reality. Limeria is sincere with its inhabitants. It gives a choice and doesn't let anyone in without consent. I listened to Alma, unable to utter a word. A cacophony of millions of thoughts rang in my head all at once. Good choice of word. The thoughts drowned each other, clashed, twisted like a pack of snakes fighting. Meanwhile, Alma continued. This city feeds on memories. It only lives because of them. Soon, you will dissolve in Limeria like thousands before you and thousands after. Wow. You will lose your memory and your essence, becoming part of this city. Yep. He's gonna become nothing but just another, like, leaf. Feeding it so it doesn't disappear. I wish things were different, but I can't act in any other way. Instead, all I can do is answer your questions about Limeria before you dissolve into oblivion. Holy shit! Please ask. Fear completely bound my body. I quickly passed through all this stages of accepting the inevitable, from denial to acceptance. She's right. I chose this myself. I pushed reality away, dissolved into Limeria. I poorly adapted, didn't try, and in the end, decided to escape. There's no one to blame here but myself. I was terrified of the unknown. What would happen next? What does oblivion feel like? That is a genuine concern of why a lot of people fear death. Because that's it. Lights out. What does oblivion feel like? That's just a concept so hard to understand that your brain literally cannot process it. You can't. Like, the closest thing we have is when we go to sleep. That's the closest to the oblivion that we have, if you will. Oh, great. Now, why did we chose the terrifying ending, and it's getting late. Oh, I'm going to have nightmares. What does it look and smell like? But a ray of a bright idea broke through the dark swarm of thoughts. Since I'm already here, I may as well learn everything I want about Limeria. You still dream, though. Now I can ask. I'm gonna ask all of them. First question, obvious. Okay, no. Okay, this is gonna be a no. He can't go back. Whose voice is? Who are you? Oh, good call. Good call. Good call. I just quick saved. So there we go. You know, I'll even hard save. Can I go back? Can I go back? She shook her head. No. As I said before, in your world you have already disappeared. Not just died, but dissolved. Wow. You must know all the answers. All memories of you, all mentions of your name, vanished without a trace. You don't exist there anymore, and you never can. Okay. I guess it's go through them all. Whose voices did I hear? If there are no inhabitants here, then what did I hear on the radio? Interviews, stories, all that. Weren't those townspeople? I mean, hey, plebs, thank you for mentioning saving, because that would have been always a good choice to save. Alma looked at the sun and squinted thoughtfully. There's no simple answer. Those were indeed the city's inhabitants, and their stories were real. Because those stories are their memories, dissolved into Limeria. As I said, Limeria lives only thanks to memories. So you truly heard echoes of real stories. I'm getting some soft Final Fantasy X Zanarkand vibes. Because you know how there's Dream Zanarkand, which apparently does exist, but it's trapped in its own little cycle, protected by sin, and nothing ever changes there. It's always whatever goes on there. Whereas, you know, in the real world, everything's gone to shit. But those people are long gone. Yep, people's memories from reality being used to create these voices to act as if it's a real place. Damn, that's messed up. Like you, they give up the real world in favor of Limeria. It was their voices you heard on the radio, a mix of moments from their lives. Moreover, Limeria chose memories and melodies you would like. We're about to find out. Music you once loved, stories that evoke emotions in you. That's how Limeria works. It seeks out the weak in spirit and offers them an easy and perfect world. Everything else is the person's choice. Who are you? Why did I hear your memories on the radio? Why do I only see you in Limeria? She looked straight at me. I saw deep loneliness in her eyes, reflected in her gaze. Emptiness reflected in her gaze. Her eyes seemed like an abyss, swallowing hope, light, even time. Surely Limeria isn't just tied to that radio and home. We're about to find out, I hope. The darkness in those eyes could extinguish stars in the sky. Oh. Here we go. I am the guide between the real world and Limeria. My soul is woven from the memories of all the city's inhabitants. I remember each of their stories, but not my own. Maybe I was once human and came here, but that's only my guess. I've lost count of the years I've spent here. Yep, another construct apparently. I don't know much about Limeria. I don't know who or why created it. Or who created it or why. I only know what I must do. My task is to bring new people, give the city their memories, and keep Limeria from dying. After I bring a new person to the city, the search continues. The cycle has repeated countless times and will repeat again. I cannot refuse to do it. Once, I tried to refuse, but then thousands of terrible memories filled my head at once. In one moment, I lived through infinite deaths and losses, illnesses, and despairs. I lost, died, and was reborn again, only to lose and die once more. After that, I never resisted. The only thing I can do is help those who ended up here to tell them all I know. Damn. Damn. So, whoever from the other side of Limeria who created it, created Alma to, pull people to the other side. Wow. Yeah. Would like to know more about her. Alma's story sounded sad. I mean, it kind of is. I probably cannot fully feel the pain of her words, but I truly felt sorry for her. I think that's all. Are you ready? My body trembled like a leaf in the wind, but my head was empty. It felt like someone flipped a switch, and all my emotions vanished at once. I didn't know what awaited me, but I was ready to accept it. After all, I dreamed in being in Limeria myself, and here I am. I should have been more careful with my wishes. My voice sounded distant, as if it didn't belong to me, but a completely different, unfamiliar person. Yes, I'm ready. Whoa! Oh, that's cool. That was cool. Alma slowly approached and touched my forehead. The world around me changed. Glitching out, memories flashed before my eyes. A basketball game with my father. A twin keychain. My home. Mom's pie. Loving hugs. Tall trees. Sunlight. The last thought passed through my mind. I would give anything to see that sun again. The one that rises over the little Japanese town I moved to just a few months ago. A sun that shines differently. And that's gotta be it. So foreign, and yet now, so familiar. Yes! Wow. That is a solid visual novel. Very cool. Very good. Man, yeah, okay. Also, it has been 4 hours. Yeah. I'm gonna raid. Thank you, Hudless, for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by, hanging out. Plabs, you hung out pretty much the entire stream. Respect to all of you. And Tumi, thank you for the Spanish redeem. I needed that. Good time too during the visual novel. And thank you for letting me know that I can run that my game can be run on Android. That is beautiful. All right. I am going to get out of here and wish everyone a fantastic night. My next stream is going to be on Monday at 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, because I'm going to be playing, gosh, what the heck was it? It's a multiplayer game. Where is it? Rhyolite. It's a multiplayer game that's for Feedback Quest 8. I'm going to be playing that with Spooky Monstera, and there's up to 2 more slots available. So I'll ask tomorrow, like, hey, who else wants to join in for this? Because it's up to 4 players. All right, let's see who is available to raid. All right, first we check for Feedback Quest. Nope, just me. I'm the only one on. Okay. We are going to go raid. Wow, a lot of people are playing Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. If you can't fill them, you're down. All right. Plabs, it's the next stream is gonna be Monday, 1 p.m. That's gonna be the stream time, and we are going to go raid Shadow Revan Knight, who's playing Snake Eater. So here's the raid message. And with that, let's get this raid started. It's late. I need to get to sleep soon. So have a fantastic rest of your night, day, whatever it may be. And be sure to stay animated. You'll DM me before? Sounds good, Plabs. Sounds good.